Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I hope everyone is having a fantastic and wonderful day. And well, hello, good evening. I hope everything is good and wonderful in your world, that there is much rejoicing. I did not do the thing. We can do some more development today, is the plan. We're going to try and get some things working and sorting out and doing things, and yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. Hopefully we'll be okay. Maybe. Let me move that out of the way. I kind of just want to get back into it because, yeah, there isn't a great deal else that I can think of. It is Thursday, which is odd because normally I don't get the dev on Thursday, but I want to start playing Final Fantasy 13, and I'm going to do it on Fridays. So Final Fantasy, Friday, Final Fantasy Fridays would be an idea, and then maybe Satisfactory Sundays will bring that back again and carry on with that. So, yeah. So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday would all be set games that we know of. Wednesdays we're going to Kyria for the moment, and then Tuesdays and yeah, Tuesday and Thursdays will be programmed. Yeah, we'll take, or maybe Sunday. I don't know. But either way, yeah. Launching the town hall meeting, the KSA dev stream started went from over to 1,000 to 30 seconds. Yes, yeah. There's lots of people streaming that as well. Apparently, you can restream that if you want to. So, yeah. I think KSA is going to be fun. KSA is going to be what KSP was. So yeah, I'm very glad I never brought KSP 2. Very glad I never brought KSP 2. Yeah. yeah. Go watch the stream. It was full. Yeah. So yeah, they started a bit early for me to restream that. So yeah. Okay. Speaking of fantastic games that are going to be ridiculously popular, I'm going to go and do my one. Rah. Let's do this. We're gonna do this, and we're gonna win. We're gonna save the day. We're gonna create a game that changes the entire indie game. Yeah, right. So, I left myself a message last time here. Recheck the input buffer, not always filling out the belt links, but fun destination is working. What does that mean? I think I know what it means. I think when we put the belts down like this, they do not always fill out their... they are filling out the input. They have this time round. Okay, so what if we do stuff like this? So you have no input connections. You have you. So if I do them in a random order and then put them down, it doesn't propagate properly. So that sets up tag. You should just see. So that's that one there. Okay. So if I do the setup connections one, you should. Right. What is our setup connections doing? So we've got thick veg soup with toasted. Nice. I had fish and chips. Well, I had sausage and chips. So, nom nom nom. Okay, so you should be telling the one in front of you. You do. You notify the one in front of you. Okay. I may have to do this differently. I may have to do it rather. I may have to fire this backwards. When you put a belt down, you should be looking. The problem is that I can't fire it backwards because if you turn a corner, so if I do that, then this guy here is going to be firing backwards, and it can't work. You've got to know if we've got to fire it forward and notify the belt in front. There is something I do want to do, however. I want to load up our placement system. Okay, down here with the place object thing. So we instantiate the entity, then I'm going to name the entity. Set name, entity, comma, building data dot name. I want entity dot index. I want what position? Okay. Not quite what I want. Oh, I can't use toString, can I? I can't use toString in burst compile. Yeah, burst compile will never do that. So right, so if I now put down you here, there you go. So we have the positions. So 13.4. Oh, hang on. Why has this renamed itself? Why did you rename yourself? Huh? Okay, entity component system to rename you instead. Yeah, entity command buffer, sorry. Maybe the entity's not working all that well, so boop, 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 boop. Okay, and conveniently it reorders them to be in order of name, which is quite nice for us. So I know that's the furthest one back, and it has renamed the belt piece down there though. The last one put down. That's weird. That's very weird. Not sure why it's doing that. Doesn't matter though, because it's purely just for right, so let's close all this down here. I literally want to go to this one. Oh, really? Reopen it all, everyone. That's so annoying. So this worked, okay. Right. You have no input. You have no input. Right, so I need to take this out, put it there. But only set your setup connections tag forward if the thing has an input buffer. That hasn't worked. I think it's. I think I know what's happened here. I think it's resetting the buffer. Which I don't want to do. When we place a thing, I don't want to reset the buffer, do I? So when you drop something down, you add the reset connection tag to it, which is causing this system to clear the buffer. I think that's what's happening. I think it's clearing the buffer and not triggering the next one's out to replace the buffer. There we go. Now you've got all of your, yeah. Okay, but now I need to test whether the whether this thing works. Very confused about the ordering of that there. I don't know why this is not in order of Not in alphabetical order. All the belts should be before that, but they're not for some reason. They're all in weird orders. I don't know why, but the other problem is I can't put these together. So that does appear to be working. Yep, you still have your CPU speed. Cool. Okay. So if we put in a CPU on the socket here and we do this, you have the final destination. Cool. That in there. And let's go to the CPU over there. I don't know why it's renaming these when I click things. That's very off-putting. I don't want you to ever do that. It's very annoying. Very, very annoying. Add a data box to the output, set it to be compute. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes, and it will crash when it gets here. Oh, there you go. Okay, cool, right. So, yeah, so the issue was that the reset system wasn't actually casting big enough square things to do that. So, okay, that's fine. That's fine. So that's where we were. So, oh. Bum, 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 bum. Unfortunately, you don't throw a wobbly in my code. Belt transport data has not been added. Okay, so this has got to be to do with the movement system. So, it's fine. I know, not the movement system is working fine. Ow. It's the transfer system, isn't it? This one here. So you are excuse me. Running on everything that has a buffer connections, input connection buffer. Okay, so I have an input connection and a counter. Okay, so the CPU it's receiving to has a counter and does have an input buffer, which is fine. Okay, but what happening here is this error here. We're sending this in to the next guy. Now this doesn't work if we are so I need to make sure this doesn't run on a anything that has component. So with none type of component data, but don't run on a component data. Okay. Renamed 2 or 3 things then. I don't get that. I don't get that. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. 1 comes out, 2 comes out. Right. Okay. Right. What's going on here? Have you got the whole position tag, right? But you've never not got the whole position tag. Okay. And the data transfer system. Okay, so you got really right. Okay. I feel like I might need to change this. Why am I getting the building data look up? I think I might need to change this to work the other way around. So instead of you working on this on the belt, sorry, on the box, you should run on the belt, find the box and move the box along. It's less than 0.1. You tell it to hold. Wait a minute. Hold on, this is wrong. This is wrong. We shouldn't be telling this one to do it. You should literally just move to the end, and when you get to the end, set the belt as true. When we transfer the box, let me comment those 2 lines out. No, hang on. We're just setting it to true. Okay, so we have, yeah, no, this is what needs to be the belts. The belts need to move the box around, don't they? Graphics be graphics. Okay. So none of that's working. Cool, that's okay. Change you to be compute. And compute. Ah, now that's interesting. So compute and graphics doesn't trigger. Right, what does the box data have on it? See, it knows what belts it's on. It shouldn't. I don't need that. I don't need that. You don't need to know what belt you're on. Okay, let's redo this. Let's redo this. So I don't want to know. You do not need to know what belt you're on. You don't care about what belt you're on. You will be moved by the belts themselves. Okay. We get the box data and we set the box data to be the thing we've just created. Is that right? Nope, this is the transfer system. You don't need to know any of that either. Nope. Okay. So we need to do this differently. Also get rid of the data box hold position tag. We don't need that either. Okay, so this doesn't want to do this sort of thing. This wants to run on the belts instead. This is going to be exactly the same with the transport system. So we're not going to do this thing. We're going to do local transform, and then this wants to be belt stop belt data. No, not belt data. It's not belt data. It is the other one. Belt transport data. Worry about setting that. We don't need to worry about that. Right. So we don't need to look up any of this stuff. Nope. What we need to look up is we need a public component wow, come on, brain. Component lookup. Local transform. Okay. Up here, we don't need these guys. Wait. Local transform lookup without the underscore. which means we can't send in the local transform there. So the first thing we want to do is we want to get the local transform. We don't even need to get the transform. We need to get the well, what I want to do actually, first one is if underscore belt transport data dot data box equals entity dot null. Okay. Okay, just go away. Okay. So you only run, well, you're going to schedule every time, but you're only going to run, you're going to skip straight out of this if we don't actually have a belt to transfer. I should probably try and figure that out with a tag. Should add a tag to it when it gets the box, but we'll figure that out maybe. So I need local transform data box transform equals local transform dot lookup calculator dot data box, and then I need a float 3 equals so what we want to do is we want to do data box transform dot position minus target position data box transform oh. And that needs to be a reference. Data dot current box speed. Transfer data ready transfer should be true. Okay, right, so we've got some errors we need to clear out here. Get rid of that because you no longer care about your movement. What the box transfer system? We'll have to refigure this one out as well. Is this where we instantiate? Yeah, this is where we instantiate the box. Okay, so we create the box, we do that, and we give the belt the box. The belt now responsible for moving the box along. Okay. Let's create a new component here and call this move data box tag. Enableable. This is the belts tag. Placement system. Component, if you're a belt, but you're not an output node. Yeah, the output nodes don't want to reset stuff, do they? No. Add component. New move data box tag. Set component enabled. Move data box tag. Okay, so just disable it. Okay, and then the movement system. This wants to go. With all type. Wow. Type of else dot move. Okay. And here we go ECB dot set component enabled. Else dot move. Move tag. Okay, so that's false. So this transfer one runs on input buffers, and you do belt transport data lookup. Which is fine because I don't need to do this lookup here. Do I? Hold on. Length is 0. Don't do anything. Okay. Set the counter. If you're not ready to return, not ready to transfer, then don't do anything. So we look for the. Oh yeah, no, because we're looking for the previous one, aren't we? Otherwise, we set our transport data lookup. To the data box of the previous one. And then we set our data box to be null. Component enabled. Else dot move box data. Yeah, that's true, because now you have a new box and you are ready to go. And then this one, ecb.set component enabled, us to false. We no longer have a box. Okay. Let's see whether that works now or not. Ooh. No, it's okay. Sorry. But every time I'm clicking things, it's changing the name of stuff, which is weird. Add a compute. Add a compute. Whoa. Oh, I really wish the double click would not do that. Oh, sorry. Oh, excuse me. Add 3, make them all compute. Okay. And then what we need to do is data box creation. I need to go component enabled. Oop. There you go. Okay, because I need to tell it to move the box. That just means the move job is not running on every single belt in the whole world at all times, which is not really good for performance, so we don't want to do that. Okay, CPU, that one. Add. You have an input buffer. You're not the right CPU. I want the other CPU. That one. Nope. That one. Add. Compute. You have moves data box. You have a data box. Why is this not running? Why is this not running? We transfer data and data. So we have belt transfer data and we have belt data. They both exist. You have a data box. Yep, that's just a failsafe to make sure nothing's gone terribly wrong. Oh, I can't write this, can I? Yeah, I need to set component. Yep, I'm not setting the transform. I'm not resetting the transform back. I'm moving it, but I'm not telling it to continue moving. So it's staying there. So I don't know if I can do that with the entity component buffer. I don't even know if that's a viable thing. Going the wrong way. It's going the wrong way. You don't have a box entity. You do have a box entity, but you don't have the move tag. That's weird. No, you don't have a box entity. Okay, what's happening here? What's happening here? I think because I've got two systems running. It might be because I've got two systems running. You should not run if you have the box move tag. Okay, it did it again. Two have come out. The first part says it has no entity, but still has the move tag. That makes no sense. How could you have no entity, but still have the move tag enabled? You come out to 1, okay? Yep. That's in by 9. Has a data box still, but it's not ready to transfer. Why is that? Right, hang on a moment. So the box has been moved on to there because you were ready to transfer. Okay. So it's ready to transfer. Oh, unless this doesn't get updated. Hold on. Ports. Select the first belt. Has no transfer. Okay. Has a data box. Moves. Has no data box. Still has the move box enabled. Right. Okay. So the transfer enabled. So this enabled, and we set our move to false, which means this enabled. This transferred it to the next place. You should have been set to true. You should have been set to false. I've got that wrong around, haven't I? We now have a box, and the other one no longer has a box. And in the wrong order. Nope. Okay. Hey, there it goes. There it goes. Hurrah. And then it crashes again. That's fine. That doesn't matter. That's fine. I was just going to throw all every time. That's fine. That's fine. That's because you get to the end and there is no bulk transfer data. This also wants to run on. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. With none. It did move. It did. Type of components.component data. Okay. Don't run on component data either. We don't want to transfer into a component system either because this doesn't. Okay. This is purely for transferring from belt to belt to belt. If I want to transfer into a oh, actually, do you know what? No. Here we do. If underscore belt transport data lookup what has component, not us. We want to be going. Actually, no, yeah, us. Okay. So if we have a transport component, if we have the belt transport thing, it means we're a belt. If we don't have it, then we must be a component. So what we want to do is we want to so whatever happens, if we're at the point where, so if we have the component, we want to take the box. Yep, we want to take the box. Otherwise, we want to tell the box not to exist. Or tell the box. Let's do that. And then if we don't have that, no, I don't want to do that. I want to add you to the input buffer. But don't you also have an input buffer? No, you have an input connections buffer. Really need to rename those. Databooks input buffer. So rather than input buffer, this needs to be a connections input buffer. I need to rename those. Okay, thank you. So now, yeah, so now, because I'm looking for the word input and I need to go data box input or connection input. They're two different things because we're still using buffers for both of them. So if we are here, I need to look up buffer lookup. Data, no, data box input buffer. Okay. Yep. Yep. Nope. It only, yep. Yep. I like the suggestion thing, it's very nice. So if we oh, has buffer entity. Excuse me. Now here comes an interesting thing. So here's our CPU. We have in component data, we have a cache size. That's how much stuff it can accept. So to do a component data lookup as well. I need to get the component data as well, because I need to hand you over to it only if, oh, hang on. Right, so if we're another belt, then do this. If we're not a belt and we are a data buffer, we have a an input data buffer, and we have a component. We need a component buffer as well, don't we? Component lookup. Component stop component data. Boop. 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 I like that. I like that. I like that a lot. If we have a buffer and we have component data, understore component data lookup as component entity, then we want to no, that's not what I want. We want to if underscore component data lookup dot sorry entity dot cache size is greater than the length of the input buffer, correct? Then we want to add to this, but I can't add to this because this is read only. So I need to go ECB dot add buffer. No, not add buffer. Append to buffer. Not new data box. No, I don't. No, not new. Not new. No. What now? Hang on. Then we go into the connection system. Enter buffer, new input buffer. Oh, we have to go new input buffer. Okay, right. So we do have to create a new input buffer. Okay, right. New data box. Input buffer. Box data equals wait a minute. We're handing the entity around, but I'm not actually getting the. I do have a data box lookup. What am I doing here? That's a okay. So we're looking in the data box lookup to get the belt transport data, which is using the input buffer counter of the input entity and that one there. Okay, that transfers the data box stuff to it, not the entity itself. You have a data box storage, you don't have an entity. No. Okay, that's cool. Right, boom, boom, boom. The entity is here. Okay. So we append it to the buffer. Okay. Then add component. Data box entity. New create system dot tree entity tag. I mean, it doesn't exist in this. destroy entity data. Right. Okay, because we want to destroy the entity. Then we want to do this. Add to input buffer and with the entity. Onto that, so that's going to destroy that entity in it's gonna right, okay. Grab that CPU. Add a compute and another compute and see whether it's going to send two at once or not. And here we go. Okay, boom. Not going to send any at all. Why is that? Why is that? Why are you not going to send any at all? You didn't even spawn any. Why is that? Box creation. Why you no go? Do you have a destination? You have a destination. you have a connections input buffer. Oh, hang on. That's the input buffer. Twat. Compute. There we go. Right. Pause. I'll put it on one. Two more compute. I just want to see what happens if two go at once. Okay, one gets stuck. Value cannot be null. Oh, yeah, that would probably be because no, no. Oh, yeah, we're not sending the reset entity into here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The is reset. Yeah, so I need to send the yes, that's exactly where I want. That's almost correct. But reset connection object. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so it's not a reset. This should be. Let's change it. Pick up connection redirects. Okay. If no, that should be the way it was before. Not a reset object. So then what I want to do is when we go to the data transfer system here, I want to go is reset object equals true. Reset. If we do not cause reset connection, which means we do cause reset connection object, then reset. Otherwise, no. Okay, but that's more descriptive bit. So do not cause reset, yes, because we don't want to trigger that. Okay, I need to find out now why. If I come down here and add multiple view, one of you gets stuck. If we're not ready to transfer, then don't do anything. If we are ready to transfer, then do it. I have a feeling, because I'm using two different jobs for this, it's one job is overriding the other stuff. So one comes out, transfers to this belt, has this belt to reset, but at the same time this comes out. How did I get around? I'm pretty sure I got around this the other way by, again, relying on the buffer system. Basically appending to buffers and removing from buffers at a certain point. So instead of physically changing the component, the belt transport data, the belt transport data became a buffer that was only allowed to be one long. So if the transport buffer was more than one long, it wouldn't do anything. I think what's happening is that the first belt is transferring over. So this belt is getting the stuff and it's ready to transfer and it's go, and then it's setting its component enabled to say, hey, go again, and then it's telling the previous belt to clear the entity. But this, or more importantly, the creation system is creating an entity, putting it onto a belt here, it's putting it onto the belt, and then this one is resetting the belt. And they're running it both at the same time. And I go update for type of data box creation system. Can I make sure that the transfer system runs before? So this runs after. So you will create and add to it after the fact. But I might have to Didn't work. Weird though, because that means you should. You're just changing a tag. You're not actually changing anything at all. You're just moving things and doing a tag. You are the one that's transferring stuff around. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this. Right, this one. Right. So you have over there, then you stopped because you can't do anything. That's fine. You'll then process the data, convert it, and then the next one will come in there. But I want to make sure this I want to make sure that you only send enough for the thing. So if there's only one cache space and you send one, you need to then go, hey, one's on the way, and then we need to check whether this one has that. Okay, but I still need to fix this. So I think what's happening is let's change this CPU to now be graphics. Okay, let's go to this CPU. Let's add 2 more components to it and make them both to be graphics. Oh, you updated. Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So I need to do this then. That's weird. It kept stopping randomly. Go back to CPU, add compute and compute. Something like there. One comes out, the other one comes out. Right, stop for a moment. Oh god, I'm going to figure out what one this is. The only thing is that I changed the name so that I could look at this here and figure out what the names are, and they keep resetting on the list for some bizarre reason. It's annoying as hell. Where are we? You, okay. I need 10.8. Yes, you, okay. You don't have a box transfer, yeah, so your belt data, your belt transport data, right. So this isn't working. Oh, this isn't working. We can't use this because the entity component system is overriding it in 2 different places. So if I change the belt transport data to be a data box buffer, and we change the belt transport data to be just a tag. So let's do that. Ready to transfer tag. Okay, and then we'll go into Unity, and this is going to freak out on us, but I want to go with that should actually not be in belts. Let's just get rid of that one. You should not be in there either. You should be in data movement. Wow, there's a lot of stuff here. Move data box tag. You should be in data movement. And then we'll create a new one here. Data box transfer tag. Data box move tag. Load wobblies now, that's fine. Okay, so we have a data box transfer tag, the data box moved tag. Valid. That's invalid there. Oh. Data box move tag. Says it's the false. Add component. Data box transfer tag. and set it to false. This should all be in the belt system, but it's not. It's a movement system. It's fine. You've got a data box input buffer and a data box output buffer. I might just use those for the belts as well. I might use these for the belts as well. I'm not sure. If I did a data box input and output buffer on the belts. Then I could build a much more robust system. Input buffer and output buffer. Don't I add that to the belts anyway? Yeah, I add a connection buffer to the belt anyway, don't I? I should be adding all the stuff to the belt here, not here. Yeah. I don't know why I'm doing that all there. It should be done in the belt, in the baker. So we don't need that anymore. If you're a buildable object, do this. If you're an output node, do this. Yeah, that's specific to the things. Although I could, well, I can really set the world data for this, don't we? And then I want to have an output and input buffer. You guys. And don't you also need a connections input buffer? Isn't that right? I can't remember how I'm doing it now. Hold on. And we're doing the setup connection system. The input buffer. So we're always applying to the input buffer. And then output buffer, I don't know where I use the output buffer. Oh, don't you use the output buffer? Yeah. Right, okay. So, this is only specifically used on the setup node tag, isn't it? So you look for the output buffer on the, yeah, okay, right. So a belt needs to also have an input buffer, doesn't it? Yeah. Hello, excuse me. Thank you. Oh, do you know what? Actually, it would make so much more sense to just cache them up there. It's fine. Don't add it to here because in my prefabs components, these do not have Baker scripts on them because these are temporary and are going to get generated at runtime, whereas the belts are a thing that's always going to be, I think they're made by us. So right, so now I need to refactor a lot of stuff. Let's start with whatever the first error is here. Okay, so you should only run on the, it's no longer part of the belts, it's now part of the data move thing, which I think you are part of anyway. Yep, this wants to be the data box movement system. No, undo. Move data box tag. Data box transfer tag. Okay. You are no longer looking at the belt transportation data. You should now look up the dynamic buffer data box input buffer. I think we might want to reference that, I'm not sure. If underscore input buffer 0, we only ever want to read the first one. Oh no, this isn't going to work. This isn't going to work because this is a data box. This is not a physical item, so I can't use the data box input buffer. I need to use something else. I need to use the data box transfer buffer. Let's do that. Let's create a new one. data movement. Okay, and this has a public entity data box. Okay, so now we want to go back into the belt baker, and you do not want to have an input or output buffer. Nope. You want to have a data box transfer buffer. Okay. Right. Data box transfer buffer. That's buffer 0 to data box equals null, then just get out of here. Okay. Oop. Oop. Okay, so we don't want to do ready to transfer. Nope. We want to do set component enabled. Data box transfer tag. Data box move tag. True and false. Boom. You don't want to be the transfer, you want to be the move tag. So you basically you are responsible for moving things forward, and when they reach a certain point we turn off our move tag, we turn on our transfer tag. Okay. The transfer system to only run on data box transfer guys. Okay, we're not doing that. That no longer has a lookup. That no longer exists. Okay. And what we do is we want to get the input buffer and the counter. That's fine. I also want to get reference to the dynamic buffer. Oh dear. Dynamic buffer data box transfer buffer, which is going to be the transfer buffer. Let me goes down there to make life easier for ourselves. Okay. So if the input buffer is 0, then we'll just ignore that because that means we have no connections to move around in. We don't want to do anything with that. That's fine. We add the counter and we reset the counter up. We don't need to worry about that because this now only runs on data box transfer. So we want to now go and check so this is if we us is in the belt, which is always going to be true. I can't do this. Because that means you're going to run on the previous entity. I don't want you running on the previous entity, I want you running on the next entity. So, this, right, yeah, so I don't want to run on this because this entity is not going to be the one we're on. It wants to be on how do I, right, so I can't fire it on the current belt. I need to fire it on the next belt along. So I need to notify the next belt along that I am ready to transfer the data. However, that's not going to work because what I don't want to do is have this script running on every single belt in the entire thing. I know there's not going to be that many belts in the entire game, but I don't want it running on every belt. Because there's no point. Most of them just won't be doing anything. So is there any way for you to look ahead? There's not, is there? So the input buffers look. You notified the one in front of you that you're behind. Do I want to change that? Yes, I do. If I'm using a buffer, I want to change that. There's a remove at, but I don't want to remove it at because I don't know if we are I don't know where we are in its buffer list. Right. So if I want to find this on the data box transfer, what I need to do is transfer to the one in front of me. If the one in front of me has space. If it has space, I want to add it to the buffer that it's there. But I don't want to remove it from my buffer. I want to leave it in my buffer and add it to the next buffer. I then want to, when we're moving the thing, we want to check if the previous guy has the entity that we've got, and we remove it from him if it does have the entity that we got. means I'd have to go through every one of the input buffers as well, which wouldn't be a terrible thing to do. Oh, I know what we'll do. I know what we'll do. Let's go into the data box. No, that wasn't what I wanted. Wait, hold on. Data object. I don't want that. I want data box data. Where is the data box object being used? It's being used in 4 places. Where? Buildable objects baker. Oh yeah, no, we need that. We do need that. Yeah, that's just to transfer it from being a thing to being yeah, because we need just to add this to it to start with. So this I don't know why I need Oh, that's we can get it via a singleton, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, which means we get in this object, we get this, and then we grab that from it. So it's got its own data. So yeah, so when we instantiate, that's fine. Okay, so in the so here, I don't want to add the entity to it there. What I want to do is go to data box data, public entity, we go back around in circles. Okay, current bell. Oh, there you go. Okay, right. So what we do here, I need to change my belts. An output buffer as well. I need to go to the setup connection system. Setup connections tag. What has the setup connections tag added to it? Just belts, right? Just belts. Ah. Why? Set up connection. Yeah. It all calls on a preset connection system, which is fine. You're already running on the belt. Okay. Yeah, probably. It's okay, sorry, I'm thank you very much. So here, set buffer. Connection output buffer. I don't want to do that. I want to do us. No, what are we doing? No buffer takes 2, so set buffer. What? I don't want to. Actually, output buffer, output entity equals yeah. What? No, I don't. No. No. I want to set this. I don't want to add to it. I want to set the buffer to be this. The biggest problem to this is that I'm no, entities don't do it, they just reset, don't they? They don't have How do I... Do I have to set the buffer and then... Not append to buffer. I'm confused now. I'm confused. Hold on. What's the difference between append to buffer and add buffer? Add buffer will fail if we have another one. So yeah, so append to buffer. Set buffer clears it. Okay, so we fire the raycast forward. If it has an input buffer, then we add the input buffer, we set our input buffer, and then we add ourselves to it. So there's only going to be one input buffer. Or output buffer, I should say. You can only output to one point at a time. That should be okay, provided this also doesn't fire on... No, because this should only fire on belts. With sharp connection. I could add the belt data here as well, just to make sure it only runs on belts. Should be okay. Right, okay. Box creation system, belt transport data list. Yep, we're no longer using the belt transport data. Okay. Data box output. Right. Oh, right. So now what we're doing here. What are we doing here? What is it? This is the creation system. So this creates a box if we need to. Okay. So you're firing 20 times a second. Right, so you want to look for The belt baker has a data box transfer buffer. That's what we want. Okay. You are running on anything that has the data box output buffer, which is fine. So that's components. You'll only run on the component. And you're checking on your output as well. If you have no output connections or your data 0, then just get out of here. We don't want to carry on with that at all. Okay. Set the destination, set the belt entity, that's fine. If any of them are false, then do that. Right. So if the data box equals our foreign destination, then okay, we need to do a lookup for the data box transport buffer. Buffer lookup, data box transfer lookup, excellent. Uses smart work. Whoopsie, that wasn't smart. Okay. We want to go if as buffer data output buffer, nope, not data output buffer, oh, data box output, that's not what I want. Data box transfer buffer. Buffer if we don't have a buffer, then get out of here because something is wrong. Okay. We create a data box. We set the data box's stuff. It's fine. We're not going to give it a belt. We're going to set its local transfer to where we are. That's fine. And we are not going to set the component of the beta thing blah, 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 for the belt. Nope. We're going to instead go right up here and go if length does not equal 0, we want to get out of this as well, because that means because belts can only have one thing on them. So if the length doesn't equal 0, we don't want to add to it anymore. Okay, but if it doesn't do that, then we want to come down here and we want to go append to buffer chunk data, the belt entity, a new data will transfer, which is this, and then we want to say, would you tell it to do the connections dot move, no, not connections, data movement dot move tag. Don't need that in the data movement one. Right, we're not using it. No, we're in the data movement script. Okay. So you append this to the buffer, but only if it doesn't have anything. If it's got something, then go around, do the thing. Okay, put on. That's fine, right? What's this? This is the transfer system from one to another. Okay, we get rid of the transport system. We're not using that old data anymore. Right. So this is the transfer stuff. So the box is moved. Now this is working in the current belt, not the future belt. Okay. So we need to look to the future belt, which we can do here. Dynamic buffer. Oh, I have messed up the naming of that thing. Connections. Alright, thank you. Right. That's better. So we have the input buffer and the output buffer. We don't need the input buffer anymore, because we are here. So we get rid of the input buffer. We don't need that anymore. Oh. If we don't have anywhere to go on the input buffer, then do that. Okay. If we don't have anything to go on the output buffer. The output buffer is only ever going to go to 1, so we don't need a counter here. This isn't going to work. I need to have it from the previous. No, this is going to work. Okay, we don't actually need a counter on you anymore either. I can get rid of the counter off the belts. So, if the output buffer is 0, so we want to look ahead into the next look to next belt. If belt data transfer buffer is empty, add our box to it. Don't remove blocks from us. Okay. Right, so I don't think I need half this stuff here. You're just going to transfer stuff over. You're just going to literally hand it over, aren't you? So we need us, the belt we are, the dynamic buffer, the output buffer, so that's where we're handing our stuff over to. The transfer buffer, but that doesn't, no, I need to look up the transfer buffer, don't I? I don't need the counter data anymore either, that can be got rid of as well. Okay. The belt no longer needs counter. Okay. Does it? Or does it? Or does it? Or does it? No, no one needs counter. Okay. So I don't feel like I need any of those. The component data lookup I do want. I don't need the box data one, do I? Yes. Data, wow. Don't think I need that. I don't think I need that. What I need is the box, is the transport buffer, don't I? I need access to the transport buffer. Yeah, but not just my one. I need the future one as well. So let's get rid of all of these. I don't think we need that. I do need the component lookup. I know I need that. Okay. But let's do a look up. Transfer lookup. Okay, update that one. Update it there. Read only. Data box transfer buffer. Transfer buffer. Oh, there you go. Oh, sorry. Rid of that guy because we can't do it that way. Um. Right. Okay. So we want to try. Yeah. We look to the next belt. Don't know why I'm using a buffer for the input connection, the output connection. Oh no, because this is a universal thing. It's just that belts can only have one. It should also really only run on the data. I don't want to run on anything else. Yeah, this is us. So we, yeah, okay. So so we want to check if the component ahead of us output buffer 0 dot output NC. Okay. If it doesn't have a buffer, return. Okay. So we jump out of that if it doesn't have a buffer as well. So we'll select that there. Yeah. So if it has, if for some bizarre reason it doesn't have a data transfer buffer, then we just get out of this and move on there. And I'm going to change this so that the data transfer buffer can also exist on components. So we could transfer into the oh no, I don't want to do that. Hold on. Do this way. If we have a data transfer buffer, okay, then we are a belt with a transfer buffer. So we want to if data the next belt has no boxes. I mean, it's kind of right. If it equals 0, then yeah, then do that. Okay, if the next buffer is 0, then add our box. Nope, that's not right. We don't want to add us to it. That's not right. We want to add our data box equals data box transfer buffer entity data box. So, if our output entity has data box, then target is a belt with a transfer buffer. If its length is 0, then we want to add to the length. So, and then we want to set our shells. Set component enabled. Plus. This guy. Okay. Right. So, if it has a buffer, then it must be a box. And if its length is 0, it means it can accept something. So we will append it to the 0, append it to itself, and then we will turn ourselves off. If not, then we will just ignore that at all. However, if the component data, if it's a component data, so this will fail. If it has a transfer box, and components will not have a box transfer system. Return. Okay. Okay. Target is a component. If the target is a component, if its cache size is greater than what? Data box input buffer lookup. It's if the component data's cache size is greater than, oh, I do need the input buffer, don't I? What if I actually did give components the data box transfer buffer so that they could have one thing in there? Or they have one in the buffer. Because then I could get them to move. But then this could work. And all I have to do is I'd have to go here and double check that it's not a component data. if no, not the entity. I need the output buffer entity, don't I? I need this one. If it has a data output, then it's a belt to be transferred. It doesn't matter. Oh, get rid of that. So then we can get rid of this here completely. Get rid of that return. We won't need that either. That simplifies everything there. I just need the component lookup data to make sure it's there. Got two wobblies here. What's wrong with this? You need to run on the data box data, the data box movement tag. You are the movement system, and you need to run on the data box transfer tag, which you only run here anyway. But I don't want you running on stuff that has this without the tag, because this tag may exist in the world, but I still want the job to only run on components that have the tag. Same as you only run on the move ones. There's no point in running the move tag on every single one of the belts in the world. That's just foolish. Okay, back to Unity. Oh, Unity's compiling. Oh, this isn't going to work. I know this isn't going to work, but we're going to give it a try. Here we go. Bom bom. Go to CPU. Let's scroll down here. Let's add one to the buffer box output thing and make it a compute. I haven't set the current belt thing up yet. That's fine. Let's add the puller to it, and nothing is broken yet. Awesome. Now let's do this. It moves by one and then stopped. That's cool. Okay. Right. That's cool. That's cool. That's no problem at all. So if I click this guy here, you do not have the move tag. You do in fact have the data box prefab on you. Okay, that's fine. What about the next belt piece, which would be you? You also have the same data box. That's cool. Right. Okay. Oh, did the belts connect themselves up correctly? I didn't check. So if I go to this one, your input container is the belt in front of you. Yep. Okay. Click on this one. Your output goes to this guy, and you should have an input as well, which comes from the guy behind you. You are 3, 2, and that's 4, but it's renamed itself for some bizarre reason. Yeah. Cool. Okay, so that works. That works. Cool. Right. Okay. So now, transfer system sets us to false. No, thank you. Says ask to false. Okay, that's fine. But when we transfer to the next guy, we need to tell the next guy transfer tag is true, movement tag is false. So we want to set our transport tag to false. We want the next guy's transport tag to wait a sec, hold on, this is wrong. So we want to set our tag to false, which is fine. And then the next guy, tcb.set component enabled. Datablox move tag. It's true. So the next guy can move. Okay. Then in the movement tag, what I want to do here is I need to get the actual box. Add a element here, put this as compute. Oops. Oop. You are moving, you are moving, you are moving, you are moving, you are moving. And you just stop, which is excellent. No crashes, no wobblies, no nothing wrong there. However, I think each belt will still think it's got the yeah, it still thinks it has the box. So every belt still thinks it has the previous box. So if I tell the CPU to have a second guy with compute, it won't go out because they're all there. So I need to look up data box transfer buffer. I need to look up the data box well, not data box. I need to I don't look up there, but I just need to input, go into here in belts dot connections dot input. If transfer buffer 0.databox is null, then don't do anything. We should probably disable the move tag if it's null, because something's gone wrong with it. Although it is possible that this will get the tag before the buffers had anything added to it. So I don't want to remove the tag off from that. I think I will just want that to run on its own. Yeah, there's no real way I can have that count and disable the box tag if it's yeah. Right, so what I want to do here then is I want to if transfer buffer 0.databox dot databox dot, oh, that's just a That's not actually the data box data, is it? I need the data box data. Component lookup. Data box lookup. Thank you very much. Yep. Nope. So data box data lookup dot current belt does not equals us. If it doesn't equal us, then I need to go over all of my input buffers. Wow. Each input buffer and input buffers. No, this has to be a for loop. For y equals that to input buffer dot length. What? I haven't declared this as a buffer. If true, what? What? If underscore input buffer I dot if data box lookup current belt equals input buffer or input entity here. That's not going to work. I need to also get the input buffer, don't I? Yeah, the input, this isn't going to work here. I need to do a buffer lookup connections input buffer lookup. Oop. Nope, I keep going the wrong way. Need to go here. Read only bomb. Bomb. Okay, which means I need to get rid of this one. Okay. So I need to entity my input buffer equals underscore input buffer lookup what now? I need to take this to dynamic buffer. So this is my input buffer, right? So that means I can go my input buffer dot length, my input buffer I dot input entity. Okay, boom. Buffer dot previous input is no, that's not the right one. I don't want to look at that one. Although I can just look it up. I don't need to guess which input buffer it is. I can get the exact input buffer because I can look up the data box. So I want that. Equals, oh sorry, I need to do input buffer that, don't I? Oh, it's a long line of code. Right, okay. So I don't need to do this here. I don't need to do this for loop here. Okay. Also, I don't need to look up my input buffer, do I? Nope, I don't need to look up my input buffer. I just literally need to look up the previous one. Okay. So, if the data box's current belt is not us, because we're trying to move it, then we want to find the previous input buffer, and we want to go for I equals 0 previous input length. If previous input buffer I dot it's not the input buffer I'm looking for, is it? It's something completely different. It is the box transfer buffer. So it's not the input buffer. It's the box transfer buffer I want, which we actually send in ourselves. We have to use that in many places. That's a little annoying. It's not the input buffer I need. I don't think I need that at all, do I? No, let's get rid of the input buffer. Let's go with the box. I feel like I had this here already. Buffer lookup to, oh yeah, right, this needs to be, ooh, okay. So, don't need the input buffer. This wants to be a dynamic buffer. It's a box transfer buffer. Previous transfer buffer is data box transfer buffer. Buffer dot data box equals ourselves. Then etb dot remove at, I can't remove that using the entity component system. That's annoying. I need a way to read that buffer directly. That's a buffer. Remove that I. I'm moving that way because I'm copying it here. Okay. Save. Play. Let's give you some boxes. 2 compute boxes. Give you somewhere to send them to. And then do that, and it goes really wobbly wrong. Oh, what have I done here? Oh, damn it. Yeah, I need to get rid of that. Then I suppose I need to go entity equals data box entity is going to equals data box transfer buffer r buffer 0 data box. And then I should just be able to do this. I don't know if that's going to throw out wobbly or not. Because you can't send in a lookup and then read that same lookup with your system here. It doesn't. I need to do that, which means I could probably shrink these back down to 1 line. That's fine. Without data we are using, yes, current speed. Okay. Here we go again. CPU, add some box data, add another one, and I'm going to make this one be graphics just so we've got 3 boom, nope, probably here. So if the current entity does not equals us and not equals entity.null, then do this. Actually, if if the current entity is null, then databox data equals that. Databox data, the current entity equals null. tb.set component databox entity box data. Put on there. Okay. Here I want to break out of this for loop because we found the one I want to do. I want to get rid of that one. Okay. I'll do that, which is redundant, I know, but so if the current belt is null, test it to us. Otherwise, if it's not us, we find the previous one and then break out of this, and then next time around we try again, and we'll try and find the previous one, and if we don't find the previous one, that means we removed it from everywhere else, and now we need to set it to us instead, and then we can go on and move all these things. Okay, so that will return, we break out of here. This break will break out of this for loop, which means that will run afterwards if it's not us. Yeah. Okay. Take 5,000. Here we go. Add compute. Add a compute. Add a sound. That'll do. That's doing nothing right now. Awesome. You've still got 3 there. That is good. Now if we add you and then put that there, it moves and it stops. And we said, read only the job, but you are writing to it. Am I? Oh, damn it. But I can't not write to it. How can I not write to it? Empty command buffer, remove app. Another wonderful helpful post there of somebody asking the question and somebody saying, no, that's not the way you do it, and then doesn't explain anything. Good job. Well done. Well done. Modify domestic buffers with the entity command buffer. It's a problem. I can't go. Can't set the buffer because that would blank everything else. I literally just want to remove us from. Have a look up. Is read only. Oops. Can I set this to not be read only? I might not be able to use a parallel writer for this, so I'm not sure. Not declared. Read only in iDrop parallel for does not contain. It does not support parallel writing. Please use a more suitable container type. So I can't schedule this move job as parallel, which is okay, there has to be another way to do this. This has to be read only. I'm pretty sure they had to be read only. Anyway, so I cannot do this. I cannot remove at I, but I need to remove at I. How do I do that? Create another system that cleans the box up. No, I can't do that because Uh, good. We'll update the box data anyway. Okay, so we update the box data here. If it's ourself or if it's whatever, we update the box data. What if I then added another piece of data to the belt, the previous belt, which we can get from here before we change anything? We get the previous belt, and we will send in this box, and we'll get the belt to clean itself up. Let's do that. I can put it clean up belt data box. Clean belt to box system. Belts, and this just wants to have a public entity data box entity. All it needs. Okay. And then movement system. Put on. If we find something that's not correct for this thing, instead of doing any of this stuff here, okay, we will just go ecb.add component chunk index current belt do. Copy. Paste. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Cannot convert from Unity dynamic buffer to entity. What do you mean? Oh, yeah, because okay, so we don't need any of this stuff here now. Goodbye. Yeah, and just go if it does not equals null, oh, right. If it does not equals null, then we will add the component to clear up the current belt, because the current belt, yeah, otherwise we'll add it. That's fine, which means we can get rid of that one, which simplifies this even further, which is nice. Except I don't want to do a box transfer thing. I want to do belts dot clean up belt data, and we want to send in ourselves. Data box entity equals data box entity. Right, now that's used in one single place. But we have to look that up because we are a belt. So we have to look up the data box. Yeah, okay. So we'll add that and we'll have an instance to it. And then here, we want this to be state.required for update in our box data, so you only have to do that one there. We want to create do you want to do a job or always do it in a job? Yep. Internal partial struct. Job, iJob entity, that's fine. No, we don't want to do any of that. Okay, I don't need the belt data. What I want is a reference to a dynamic buffer, which is the data box. Data box transfer buffer. Data movement or data box transfer buffer. Underscore buffer. Okay. Oh, and we also need access to the belt data buffer data. If data equals null, then I want you to return, but I want you to go b.remove component peanut data box. Let's see. Oh, sorry, you need the just forget about the trunky. Oh. Okay, so if it equals null for some reason, if it's got data on here that's invalid, just scrap it, get rid of it, throw it. Okay. Otherwise, we want to go and do exactly that. Thank you, Copilot. Thank you. So we'll go through our buffer, our box transfer buffer, and if we find the box, we get rid of it, and then we just crack off out of this and go away. We don't need to go anymore. Excellent. Okay. Yes, but no, because I don't know what this end part here. Schedule parallel, get entity query. I don't need that. Don't need that. We just need to send the entity component buffer in there. Remove this. Also, you break out of that. And there is a possibility that something could go wrong and you could end up with the wrong box thing on there doing whatever you want to be doing. I don't even know. No, remove it. Oh, do you know what? Let's do this another way. If it doesn't equals null, then we go through, we figure out where it is, we break out of this for loop, and then we remove it regardless. Regardless, whatever happens at the end of this job, we remove this thing. So it only runs for one frame. It checks itself. If it doesn't equals null, we'll find out if it's somewhere there. If it does equals null or whatever, it'll get removed anyway. So, okay. Oh, sorry. There we go. Right. We've gone too far. Give me a compute job. Give me a graphics job. Give me a compute job. Up. Oh. Moving and then stuttering every time. That's absolutely fine. I don't mind them moving and stuttering. That's not a problem. Then they get here and stop, which is excellent. But they did move in parallel with each other, which is very nice. So this is working. This is working. The creation system is working. Did you still have your? You still have the graphics one, which is nice. Cool. Right. So the transfer system only runs if we have the transfer. So what I want to do is go to the placement system, and if it is a buildable component, I also want to give it a transfer. Entity new transfer buffer. That's the wrong thing. I need to add a buffer for that, don't I? Yeah. I'm not entirely convinced this is a good thing to do, because you're going to move. That's fine. You are going to find if it has the buffer. If its length is 0, then we're going to append to the buffer with it. I'm going to set our transfer factor 0, and then we've already checked here. Cool. Okay. So now I want to do another job. Maybe. Right. So let's what about you? You still have the data box, data prefab. Why do you still have the data prefab? Because the movement system is the one that sets up the clear. The movement system won't exist on the component however, the second CPU has a data transfer, and then what can happen is we'll have another system that transfers from here to your output system. Right, okay. So, right, data movement components. Create. New system, which is component data box transfer system. It's going to be components. Okay. Required for update. Yep, you need data box data, which is in data movement. Okay, and then you need to have a internal partial struct. No. Data transfer job. Yep. Boom. There you go. That's what. Okay. No, we don't want that. Data transfer buffer, and we're going to have a data box lookup in here as well. So you want to have data transfer buffer, data box buffer, and we're going to have a lookup because data box buffer dot data box is actually an entity, isn't it? Yeah. You don't need us, I don't think. But I might do, because I might need. So. Oh, I'm also going to need a in component data. Okay. This is where the magic happens. You need to check if your cache is full. Which means I also need to check. Oh, what's wrong with this? Identifier expected. Where? Happy now? Is a dynamic buffer? You're happy now? Okay, I might need to look at something else as well, because I need to look at you have a dynamic buffer of input and output connections. That's independent. Data input and data output buffer. So I want to have the input buffer as well. Yeah. I need a dynamic buffer. Right. Okay, so let's throw these onto another row. Dynamic buffer. Component. What's it called? What did I call it? Data box input buffer. Data box input buffer. Data box input, data box transfer. Then component data, because I just want you to run the component data, but that's okay. Okay. If input data box input buffer dot length is less than component dot cache size. Actually, if it's greater than or equal to cache size, then return. Okay. Nope, I don't want any of that stuff. I don't want to know any of that. So, the problem here is that the data box input buffer takes a data box, and the data box transfer buffer takes an entity. At least the renaming system works again. So we want to I need to add more require for update stuff here. We want to have a lookup. So which is a component lookup. Data box, yep, well done. Yep. public component lookup, not component data lookup. That's not what I want. I want data box. Data box data. Okay. Oh. Right. Think. So if the data box buffer is too big, then I want to go return. If it's not, then we want to transfer the I need to do a and pick up local transform lookup. That doesn't need to be read only. Or does it? Yes, it does. Yep. Read only. Can I look up local transform? Okay. So I need to get the local transform of a couple of things here. So data movement data box data. I have kind of realized that this is incorrect. It's fine. Okay, so we get the data box. We also want to get a float 3 target position. It's not us. It's not us. No. This is going to be data box data dot current belt dot position plus dot forward times 0.1 f. Group and float. Oh, because I need to put that there, right? Yes, there we go. Boom. I want it this in parentheses, so it's okay. Because we want to make sure the box doesn't just disappear off the belt. We want the box to move forward into the component before it disappears. Did I have these all on? Did I add a data box transfer buffer? Okay, that's fine. Okay, so that's the target. So let's just go to the movement system here. Copy that, paste that in there. Data box transform is going to be the entity, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Data box data. Local transform, data box transform equals. Yep, that's correct. Okay, cool. We don't need to move you forward by I do need to send in delta time though. And we need to send in the entity component system. Because I didn't do that. Entity command buffer. Excuse me. Entity command. Wow. Oh, I keep sneezing. Right, okay. Right. So it's just the speed here that I need, and I want them to take it like quite quickly. So, I mean, right now our speed 0.1, isn't it? So I should probably get the belt speed, which involves me doing a belt lookup. Yep, let's do that. Component lookup. Else dot belt data. Don't do them at all. Not there. Data update. We don't need belt data. Belt data. Belt data. so you can run on the actual speed of the belt. Okay. So, if our cache is full, don't do anything. If our cache is not full, then we're going to grab this and we're going to steal it and take it into ourselves. If position, so the distance between the target position and that is less than 0.1, which is not going to work. It needs to be 0.01. Now I think about it. Yes, it is 0.01. But we are dealing with very small sizes here. Then I don't want to add a component. I want to append to buffer entity. No, not a movement data. Not a movement data. New data movement dot data input buffer. Data box is going to equals data box data. That's where we have it. Have that data box. Oh, sorry, box data. Really? Huh. Yeah, that makes sense. I had to rename it somehow. Component to the data box. Trinity system, Trinity tag, not tag, Trinity data. Not cause reset, cause true. Okay. And I need to remove you from the previous current belt. We add a new cleanup one, and the thing we want to add to it is the data box. What do you mean a no argument takes two? Oh. You need to do that with a depth data. Good. Okay. You have some nasty medicine. Compute. Sound. Doop. Doop. Okay. Oh, we had a waffly. What happened here? What happened here? Component box takes a transfer system. Oh, so I need to if it's a box transfer length equals 0, then get out of here as well. There's nothing to do, get out of here, or if your cache load food, get out of here, that's fine. I probably don't want to be running this on stuff that has if you have a component data, if you don't have a component data, do the box move tag. Otherwise, I might create a new tag for you. And let's go to the placement system and make sure we add that tag as well. Although adding and removing data, I'm not sure if it enabling or just removing. Component transfer tag. Component enabled, not the retail tag, but that one. I still need the file saves in there. Oh dear. All above. I still need the file saves in there because it's possible that this might get enabled for one frame at some point. With this system, it might add it, and then it shouldn't do. It should add it and set it on the same frame, but it's possible that that will exist when it shouldn't. Can I do an if statement in there? Is there any way to that's this gonna No, I was hoping I could put so it would add either this or that depending on this, but no. So I just need to go. It should be oh, no, hang on. What the? Okay, so paste, and then we'll just okay, so if it doesn't have if it's not in the component lookup, we'll do that. If it is in the component lookup, we'll do that instead. I think if I want to make this a single field, I need to do Oh no, that won't work because I'm doing it the wrong way around. I'm doing that entirely the wrong way around. Okay. Right, it didn't throw wobbly now. Awesome. Right, let's check the CPU. So if I tick that, it is still running. Okay. Cool. It is entirely possible that some of these things might start running that. The other thing as well that I haven't even considered yet is how do I save the states of these? Like if I'm going to save the game, nice. You will stop because you're it's the same with the cache rise. If I set the cache rise to 3, oh, the data box is an invalid entity. Oh. So I need you I need you to also dot set buffer oh, that's right, you need a full. Yeah. I need you to reset the buffer after we move the thing away. They're going, look at them go. No. Oop, you'll get eaten there, and then you wait in, and you got eaten there. Cool. Interesting you had to wait back before you transferred in. But that's okay. So if I increase your cash flows to say 3 now, that's right, you to say 3. Hey, there's another one in. Nom nom nom. Nice. Awesome. Okay. What I should do, however, is this. Damn it. No, undo. So, if we can take the thing in, we should, but I should run a check on it. The problem to that is the security shark university it's 20 past 3 in the morning. Oh, I'm definitely failing here. But that's. And I haven't got them set up exactly the way I want either. But yes, if he does turn up, yeah. So I need to do this. But the problem we're doing this. Where do you do it? You do it before you set all this stuff up here. I can't do that because I need to do it like here. So this line I need to do before. I need to do it out here, but I don't want to do it every go. We don't need to add the component every single go. We only need to do this if we are no, I can't get rid of that until it's no. Nope, I've got to do it down there because I'm using the current belt as an offset. So I can't. I could clear it off from the actually. I could clear it off from the previous belt because we're not changing our cells. It's in the previous belt, but. And then that system clears itself up. But that would be firing every frame for mini boxes just to make a single belt move forward. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. Let's find out. Let's find out. Hey. Put down processor. Add buffer boxes. We want all three of them to be compute. Put down the second processor. Connect the two together. I still need to figure out dragging as well. That's the thing I need to do, but that's fine. Do this here. Here we go. So you transfer over to here. Cool. You move straight away. Awesome. And then if I go to the second CPU and I increase your cache size to say 2, you'll accept one more. If I increase it to 23, you'll accept that. Awesome. The belts work and they're getting destroyed and everything is fine and dandy and wonderful, which is awesome. If I check the belts previously, you have an input and output entity, which is fine. That's fine. So technically I have pusher belts now instead of puller belts. Technically this belt is pushing its goods onto the one in front. So I know what I need to do. I need to test multi-connection belt thing. Do we reckon the system I have is robust enough for this to work? First time, I should say. Let's go with all the computer ones. Computer. Yeah, boom, boom. Cool. Okay. So let's build the bolts first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this one I'm going to bring in like that. Okay, I have no idea what belt number you are. So what do we got here? 1, 2, 3. Should be that one. Yep, you have 3 inputs apparently. Okay, you are accepting 3 inputs. Right, cool. Let's add pullers to all of these. Let's check the output nodes. Hold on, output node. Scroll, thank you. Node. You don't have a destination, but you do have everything else here. Okay, here we go. Right. Is that here? Put pressure in here. See what happens. All 3 come out. See what happens. Here we go. Stop. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's open your cache to be 10. Ah, see, this is broken. It's fine, because I kind of don't necessarily want the belt stick. Okay. I can see why they're broken as well. I understand that's because they were trying to connect to this one when it was there. However, the bit that got me the most there, and I need to test this again. So CPU, I'm going to come down here. You've got 4 upper entities, which is correct. Awesome. Okay, let's go to the data buffer, and I'm going to add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, there are 5 buffers here. 5 came out, because last time I genuinely thought I did 5 and 6 came out, and I was a little worried that something could have gone terribly wrong. Can we give you like a 10 buffer? Arkham, hello, good evening. I hope you are having a good day. We go through the ad break. And of course, YouTube no longer does the whole pause the stream whilst ads are running, does it? It's very annoying. I had a 6th one as well, and I'll make the 6th one be sound just to make sure it's doing the things it wants to be doing here. So yeah, okay. So so yes, I'm not a huge fan of the side loading. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not a fan of it. Because of this reason, mainly. There is a box on my belts that's not moving, even though it should be moving. It got stranded somewhere. Yeah, the problem with it is that I'm not sure why it's stranded. that problem items will go missing and sell off in space. I had that today. I was sat here like this watching it, waiting for one of the boxes to come out, and it wasn't coming out. And I clicked it and it was moving. I'm like, where's it gone? And it had buggered off over there somewhere. It just travelled off. No, you're going the wrong way. Turn around. But this shouldn't happen because the box should never get stranded because the belt doesn't unassign the box until the next. This belt segment doesn't unassign the box. It's only when the box is moved to the next belt that then goes and unassigns it. So this belt should still have this box in its storage as it would be. The biggest problem is that I don't know. That's that one there. I don't remember the order that I put the belts down in. I've got to kind of scroll through them and figure out which one's which, because you can't just click them in the. Although I could go to the data, the box, and see it's 14.7 by 9.5, which is this belt piece here, correct? Yes, that belt piece there. And you have 2 input entities, which is fine. You have 1 output entity, which is fine. And you have a box. You have a box still on you. But for some reason, your box move tag has been unticked. And now your box transfer tag is ticked, but you're not transferring to the one in front of you, which was, what was the one in front of you? The one in front of you is 14.6 by 9.5, which is this guy. And this guy's not taken it because you also think you have a box. And I bet you it's the same box. So you think you've got a box, but you haven't been tagged to move. There you go. If I click that, okay. So it's something to do with the ordering of the tags is so. Yeah, I suppose as the box leaves, you turn yourself off, and then when you add a new box to it, you turn it on. So it's potential that this belt could turn the tag on, and then you could turn the tag off. So at least it's not duping stuff like I thought it was. I thought it was duping stuff, but it's not. It's fine. That's working, not a problem. Okay. That I need to fix as well. If I tick both compute and sound, the creation system I don't need that anymore. That was as I was going. Yeah, so because our final data type doesn't exactly equals the capabilities, I want it to be able to equal just one of the capabilities. It has flag. So can I do that instead then? Can I do the creation of this one? So it has if has flags. I can do that. Awesome. I'm not sure if I want to do that though, because I'm not sure if I actually want to allow any of these to have multiple different types to be allowed to tick more than one. Because otherwise, if I pick two, and you know, it needs two different things, and you've got one processor doing one and one processor doing another, it will go to the first processor, go back to the memory, and then come out of memory back into the processor again, and go round and round in circles, even though its compute side might be finished. Oh, I know what I could do though. No, I know. Ooh, I know what we could do. I know what we could do. We could set that as has flags. We could go here, and we could change this to finished. And then what we do is once we process the compute out of it and it's done to 100% compute, we remove that flag from it. And if it has no other flags, we enable the finish flag. So it will go and do. That does mean I would have to have the process amount would need to be multiple announce. Float 3. How many floats are there? The float 4x4. I don't know. There's a float 4 where it could have 4 different data types. Could a piece of information have more than 4 different data types? And would a contract that we're going to take, would a contract so right now we just got compute, graphics, stuff like that, but graphics can be broken down into many things. Compute can be broken down into many things. There's just general maths. There is obviously the AVX instructions. There are many different things that it could be broken down into, which will add data types to this as we go. There won't just be compute and graphics stuff like that. But I'm just thinking that if a program, like a contract says, oh, I need 20 points of compute and 10 bytes of graphics or whatever, it should just generate in your memory 20 of one and 10 of the other. And then I would just need to give them a ID so we know what this data belongs to. And as they return to memory, we can then check if in the memory we have everything we need and everything is processed to 100%. Which means I could just leave this as a that, and I can get rid of the flags. I want to leave that finished in there though. I must admit, I want to leave that finished in there. If I get rid of the flags option here, that still works there apparently. Oh, data type equals zero. I don't know if that will work. Not that I need to do that actually. I don't think I need to add the component, but I don't need to fill it out. Play. Go down to the buffer again, add an element. Its data type is blank. Right, which might make it invalid. I've set it to 0. But of course now I can't untick anything in there. When we create a new one, its data type is blank. I didn't know I could do that. I don't know if that's going to cause problems or not. I'm going to leave it because it's fine. I also very much wonder whether I should leave that current belt in there or whether that should be its own separate thing so that we're not messing about with the data type over and over and over. Because if I'm rewriting to the data type, we could muck it up at some point. Your compute by default, aren't you? Yeah. And I can't now tick none. I can't multi-tick things. So your capabilities aren't. I can't have you doing multiple things, which I do kind of want. So how do I get the component data to have the ability to have multiple flags? but not have the data have multiple flags. So, re-enable that. Oh, can't remember if it was system or system.flags. What was I doing? Using system. CPU can still have multiple things here. Compute graphics, nothing. It will. Yeah. So we'll just have to ignore the fact that it's got these here, which is fine. But one of these guys will only be allowed one of these. So yeah. Yeah. So I don't think I want to have belts be able to connect to belts, as in the sideways, from the side. Because if I have it doing that, then there's potential weird stuff. I'd much rather have, like what you've got in a Acaria, with have a little buffer junction or something. Yeah. I think that's how. Which means I need to do some more manipulation when it comes to the placement system. The placement system's going to have to also kind of raycast out the front, or if it's a belt, and see if it hits another belt. And if it does, it needs to get the orientation to that belt. I don't want to do that. Hold on. I have to get the orientation to the belt, and one, if it's facing towards me, I want to say no, you can't place a belt here. But if it's not facing towards me and it already has an input, then you can't put it down. Can't put a belt down. but then there's a scenario where yeah, because I mean these thing is just basically okay, so that's valid anyway, that would always be valid anyway, so that's fine. I'd have to you'd have to fire raycast out in 4 directions, and if you get multiple results back, if 2 of them are facing towards you, then you want to say no, you cannot place it. Okay, because otherwise you could potentially do this, and because of a raycast forwarding, that would be legal. That's a no. That's a no-no. So yeah, I'd have to have some very special systems to do that. The only other way around that would be to allow the user to place the belts like that, but simply have them to just connect to whatever the first one they find. They're only allowed 1 input buffer. That would be the simpler way to do it. I then need some way to figure out how to. So I've just had a memory of many years ago when I tried doing this sort of thing before, and I was trying to figure out how to get a belt to curve, how to replace this game object at the time with a curved version of it. You know, how would know that would work? I mean, that wouldn't work anyway. That's not valid. But what I mean is, if I did that, then this belt here should know where its inputs are coming from, and it should be curved to only allow input that way. I'm pretty sure it's just a case of you have to make you'd have to make the model, the curve model, and just it goes, hey, I'm this rotation, so I will wrap that in there. So I would need a belt that curves left and a belt that curves right and left, and just replace them with that model, and then only allow 1 input to it. But see, you've got in Icaria that you can't, if I tried to put a belt down here in Icaria, it would turn red. It would say, no, you can't do that. You're not allowed to. So yeah, that would be a no. So I'd have to try and figure that one out, but I don't know. Yeah. And also you've got the whole thing of, you know, if I tried to put a belt in here, if I did this and tried to put a belt in there, it would it also says no. It knows that the inputs are not right there. So you must be checking every belt in the 4 directions around it and finding out their position and rotation. God, do I wish you could store oh dear. 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional arrays in my component data. Would that so be nice to be able to go that's not a 2-dimensional array, but yeah, whatever it was, whatever the thing was, yeah, because then I could just store, I could map every belt in the game to a 2D grid or even a 3D grid, and then you can reference them by position so much easier. All the belt locations on a grid. Yeah, that's what I'd yeah, but I can't, in iComponent data you can't store two-dimensional arrays. So float. Numbers. Boom. Yeah. Oh, public. Public private? No, not public private. Don't do public private. That's not right. Boom. But that, if I remember rightly, throws orbly. Yep. Must be non-nullable type. And a two-dimensional array is not non-nullable, which is stupid. Stupid. However, there is a float. A float 2x2. I don't know what that. But no, that's not right, because that still wouldn't be. That's still a single number. That's not because what I want an entity array. Yeah. Must be the array format is that each chunk is guaranteed to have 256 cells. It can be a one-dimensional array. Yeah. 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 It's. I really wish you could do that. I really wish you could do that. But I'd just have a component data somewhere with my entire grid, and then I could just go, "Hey, are you on the grid?" And you don't need to do the you don't necessarily need to do the box cast to see whether you're colliding with other things. You can just literally check if that grid entity is valid. Living regular C# 2D arrays is slow. Better store a 1D array and do the arithmetic to find out what it is. Yeah, there's I remember looking at, I can't remember where it was. There was a whole thing of you just give it a number and you can figure out everything by, but that number can be calculated down to be a grid space. And that number is unique to that grid space, because it's got a number within a number within a number, if that makes sense. So like you'd give it a, its position ID would be like a an int 3 or something like that, you know. And the first one is the chunk it's in, the second one is the row it's in, and the third one is the tile it's in, that sort of thing. So you just store everything in certain sizes, which would work, and would also work for what I'm doing here. I could absolutely give everything an ID of like an int 2, and the first number is the row and the second number is the column, for instance. but trying to look it up is where my brain falls apart. Because the 2D and 3D arrays and things like that, they're very easy to access, is what I mean. They're very, very easy to access. You just type in, this is the position I want. I want 1 by 2 by 3, and that's the position. Whereas if you got to figure out the things, you can make helper classes. I could do helper classes. That could work. Yeah, I could do that. I don't even know why I'm doing it now. I could also just do raycast in a drop, just raycast out. So, you know, we only need to do 4 raycasts, and you only need to do it as and when you're putting down belts. Yeah. Wrap a helper class, yeah. And then you can just call the helper class. You just send in a vector 3 or whatever, and it will tell you whether that grid position is free or not. Which, yeah, would work. I could do that there for just the belts, or as I said, I can just do 4 raycasts up, down, left, right, or forward, backwards, left, and right. Sorry. Or just do the lazy way of doing it that I just suggested with the whole whatever belt comes first is the one that connects to it, and it just ignores all other connections. And just doesn't bother. Just like, nope, sorry. Yeah. What level class was entity database that handles all positional and type queries? Yeah, see, that was yeah. I think I remember when I was doing, because I think everyone's tried to write a Minecraft code in their life, and I remember doing that. I did the whole. It was a voxel based world, and it did the whole. Can you put down this building here? And it would take in the position of the building and the size of the building, and then it would just spit out a ball to say yes or no, and it did everything on its own. And from the time I wrote the class or wrote the helper to the time of actually using it a lot, I'd completely forgotten what was inside it and how it did things. Just completely forgotten how it was doing the magic inside. So yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with kind of the lazy way of doing it. I'll go to the setup connection system here. Then just go underscore input buffer lookup it.nc undo whatever that was, it.nc dot length is empty, isn't there? Oh, no, right. We just do that. Basically, we just do if it's empty, then carry on. Otherwise, if it's already got something in there, then tough. That's it. That's just how it's going to go. I'll probably have to figure out a way to There we go. So the Outro 2 are constantly trying to find a new connection because they can't, because this has one. This already has a connection. So, but they are not firing. And obviously the one in front is... Why are you firing? Why are you firing? Also, you're firing. Oh, hello. What's happening here? What is happening here? Hold on. Oh no, sorry. The green lines are the green lines are, they're looking for a destination. What now? Huh? What are you hitting? And why are you not hitting it there? Why are you hitting it there? What? There, stop. Play. Hold on. Put down a belt. Okay, that's valid. Right, put down a couple more belts. That's valid. That's valid. Okay. Let's put down a belt facing this way. And put down a belt facing that way. Oh dear. Oh dear. Something is very, very broken. That's valid. That's valid. That's not valid. That's fine. I know one in this graph. It's the rotation. It's the rotation. My collisions are not taking into account the rotation. Ah. Ooh. Yes, that's why that won't place there, because it thinks it's that right, but it will place there. Okay, right. So now you have a destination. Let's have a quick look here. See here. Okay, you just said right. However, you. This belt here, I am confused as to some of those red lines though. Why are you trying to find, right, who are you? Who are you? You're going to be the first one back? Yep, right, so why can't you... $57 13.4. Right. 57 13.4 has got an input buffer with 2 guys in it. Okay. I don't think that is empty. Is doing what I want it to do. Yeah, you're not taking into account rotation. Okay. So you're still firing. That's fine. Let's go around this side so I'm actually facing the correct way. And let's put a chip in here. Boop. Later. However, this one back here, I don't know why that you're firing. You've got an output entity and you shouldn't be allowed to have the output entity. That's the problem. This is why I originally had it raycasting backwards instead of forwards. Okay. Okay. So you are you have an output and no input, but if I go to the output, which is 13.2, you are gonna have no input. No input at all. Still no input, even though it's turned them off. Okay, so this isn't quite working. However, I am yawning my head off, so I'm definitely not awake enough to be doing this right now. Okay. Just need to only add the output buffer if did the input buffer. Okay. Okay. Right. Yep. Tiredness, sleepiness, the sleep. Right. Okay. We are going to leave this here. But progress, the belts work, stuff moves around, data moves from one chip to another chip, which is the biggest thing that I've been trying to figure out here. The belts are going to have to go over many iterations to get them to the stage that I want them at. And they're probably going to have to be completely rewritten at one point. I might look into the way. Thank you for making me visual. I might look into the way that. Like Satisfactory does their belts. Not that I want to copy that, but the way they do, like one belt has a start and a finish point. So yeah, but I'm not sure about that. Yeah. Anyway, we're gonna do this here. We'll come back tomorrow. The plan for tomorrow is to start playing Final Fantasy 13 because I wanted to play through it for ages. So it's a bit of a story game. Final Fantasy on Fridays for a laugh, because why not? I have played 13 a lot since it came out on the Xbox 360 many moons ago. But I've never played 13.2 or 13.3, so I'd like to play through all of them for the foreseeable future for a while. So yeah. Then you stitch the bolts together, segments together when it's complete. Ah, okay. Yeah. From one giant belt. I don't know. I'll figure that out later. Well, hopefully figure that out later. Okay. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you have enjoyed this one, and I hope to see you again in the next one. And until then, as always, have fun.